Okay, stream is starting. Gonna check out my audio, make sure it sounds okay. Seems reasonable. Okay. In that case, welcome to the Discourager of Hesitancy, where we are right now building a game with no game engine. The dependencies are as minimal as I can make it, and we only add abstractions when we need them. Today, we're going to go back and revisit windowing. When I wrote the code to size the window, I only cared about the size of the actual window. But it turns out that that is different from the size of the render scene. What I want to do is actually set the size of the render scene and have the window be the appropriate size for that. So while we give anyone a minute or two to pop in, I'll get my beverage of choice ready. We'll hop over to the journal, the development journal, and take a look at that. But we do have a couple of bugs that have built up. I want to tackle this one, but I kind of don't want to tackle that one. So let's get ready for the day's work. Today is bug day. There's our first couple of tasks. Window size based on render area. And this will probably have knock-on effects to the camera. We'll have to address. And depending on how those go, we may start fixing our crappy programmer art with mediocre programming art. Anything that's a slight improvement is certainly better. For example, we definitely want those journals to stop being a number and a letter C for copy. But that will take some time because I'm not an artist. So for me, it's a painstaking, painful process. And not an intuitive process at all, art. And as we update the art, we'll have to change the layout, the positions of all the things to make them line up nicely with the new art. So this resizing of the window thing is going to cost us a bit. But it's worth it, because we need it. We need to have control over our render space. Anything else I'm missing? We got a couple of bugs. I really want to tackle another one of those bugs up above, but it's not actually important right now. So we will see. Okay. This bug was bothering me yesterday. I was trying to play through to certain animations. And the level... Nope, not that one. This one. This one was bothering me. It was doing something strange with the letter states. Or with the animations. And we have a duplicate. So we actually have only 2 bugs. That's not too bad. Maybe we'll have time to dive into that other bug. least a little bit. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. All right, let's get going then. Rejecting letters in a word. This is only 1,400 lines of code in this one file. That's not enough to cause me any concern at this point. There are reasons to break up a file into smaller files. But as I look through the animations and the interactions between the different elements of the game, I think that the overhead incurred of passing lots of things around and keeping track of what needs to be passed where when is much, much higher than the benefit I would gain from breaking this file down. So until I've crossed that threshold where I'm like, okay, this file's too big, I can't find what I need anymore, then we'll have to untangle all those connections and break it down. But not until then. We refactor when we need to, but we are not afraid to refactor. Okay, so let's go to actually the swap reduced letters. I think that animation takes a little bit too long. The color changes an eighth of a second. So that's fine. Here's the actual swap. 0.7 seconds. I wonder if it feels like it's so long. We'll go to 0.5. Go to 0.25, maybe 0.25. That might be too snappy. Let's split the difference, maybe do like 35. Get a build in, run a quick test just to see that things are running like we left them. And then we'll try to figure out why the letters aren't updating when we right click. Okay. So here's the thing. Laced has 0 letters, so if I double right click, it should 0 all those letters out, and it did not. It missed one. If I come over here to knock out the D, it thinks we're transitioning from red to gray. So it thinks it's already been rejected, then goes to gray. Same thing here, INS, boom. It only took the I, the N and the S are going to do the same thing. They're going to animate from red to gray. So it thinks the state was rejected, but the animation was not. Rhino works fine. So accepting works fine. It's the rejecting that's not working. Right click doesn't change anything about the M. Now I have to double click it. Oh, I have a contradiction, but it doesn't matter. So we're just testing. Boom. Whoa. That might be too fast. I can't really see the back in out very well. Maybe 0.5. But that's what we're hunting today, is that bug. It accepts fine, but does not reject letters correctly. So there we go. Make that animation just a scotch longer. This is in the double right click. Which goes here. So it's Boolean, do we accept or are we rejecting the gray letters? We say the guess index has to be valid. Actually, we should also insert the guess index is less than guess count. Okay. If we are accepting, do these things. So where does the reject even happen? Now I'm thinking about it. In here. Because there is a special case for this. If we've already accepted 5 letters, we can't accept more gray letters. So it's going to throw an error, and that's good. Maybe I'm not sure what, let's see, let's take a look at this code. We get a character in text. We get the state, so this is just like above. If the state is normal, we get the current state, which we know is normal, so why are we looking it up again? Oh, no. Okay, so I think this can be cleaned up a bit. Maybe where the bug actually came from. Okay, so this doesn't actually do any of the updates. This just counts deduction spaces available and needed. That's put inside the if. Here's where the actual swap happens. So we iterate through each character of the guess. We ask the state. If the state is normal, so that could be a problem. Last state equals an actual letter. Well, we know the last state is normal. It has to be normal. We just looked it up. Then we set the letter state of character, given the last state, which is normal. So I don't even need this here. Simplify. If we accept, we're changing it to accepted. If we reject, then if we're not accepting, then we reject it. Animation with the drop bounce, random time offset. If we accept, then we add it in. If we can't add it in, it just fails, like it just keeps going until it hits the end of the array. But this message will have already been shown, so this won't break anything. It just won't accept any more letters than it can. I think that's it. That may just fix our issues right there. Since the last state was being looked up given the character index, not the index in the word, not the index of the character. Let me fix it. Let's build. Because that was really hampering my flow yesterday when I was trying to solve problems to beat a level to see an animation. Let's go sprint mode. Okay. Click. All of those went away. Good. MATCH. Okay. BD. AD can have at most one. So L and C are in. And B and Y have to be out. And S, oh good, it works. Okay, and then U, H, T or A, O or D. O or D, T or A is both in toads. Rhino is in, so no D. A has to be in, so T is out. 2, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 0. Okay, logs has 1. Let's see here. That doesn't help at all. Not green, therefore logs. Vocal. Okay, that looks a little better. That swapping letters. Bonk. We can make that animation much fancier now that we've just got it working. So lunch goes away, all those letters goes away. Okay. Placed rhino. Found lines. Okay. Copy, copy, copy. Number 2. Let's go RIO from rhino. So R I not O, R not IO, not RIO. No P, no D. ME have to be in. TAO has to be, nope, not A. That's what I meant. Therefore, T has to be in and S has to be out. So it's probably timer, so ooh, my turn. Ooh, merit. We'll get there eventually. Ooh, proud lines, MTACH. Good. That's always nice. U or L cannot be both in, so R has to be in. And since UL has to have one, the N goes away. LEDDEOIO. Ultra Demon CHIPS, Lace, Rhino, T, UMP, TUMP. That's problem. We already did that one. Huh. LIS has 3 and LIS has, so LIS has 2 because we've already got the R here. So LIS here has 2, which means the E has to be in. Now PI goes away, LS are in, O is in, D is out, and U is out. It's probably loser. Yay. Oh, I'm in timer mode. Anyway, so I like the animations, they're much better. I might speed up the level transition. So next level. Maybe we not make it relative to the sound. Clean up there. Let's make that also 1 second. We'll just see how it looks. Another thing we might do, maybe I should write a note this. Oops. Let's go back. In sprint mode, that timer doesn't start until I start typing. So maybe what you should do is when you submit the right word, the timer stops until you start typing on the next level. Or at least until this animation is done. Let me write that in the journal. That's an easy thing, but I don't want to get too sidetracked. So let's go gameplay, sprint mode, stop timer on correct guess until animation complete or user types starts typing. Something to think about. Okay. Oh, interesting. BD is all out. Therefore, LN and S are in, T and O are out, as is H. U is in, and there's no C. Logs. Nothing. Jacks. JK has it, so okay. Those animations feel better. So let's go to the journal. Nope. Today. We've already solved a bug. Not rejecting all letters. Because we were looking up the letter state by index in the guess, not by the letter index. Fixed double right click, not checking all letters. Some animation time tweaks. Okay. Boom. Not too bad. Not too bad. What's next? If I turn off animations and then I level change, it's not working correctly. Just a moment. All right. Someone was trying to hit someone else. It's always very exciting. So turn off animations. No, we should add a note. Gameplay config file to store settings. Because what I see is I'm going to forget to turn off animations when I'm testing. I'll have to make more clicks, but if it just saved the last state of the settings I set, then I wouldn't have to do that. But it's not my top priority right now. So let's fire up the game. I'm going to turn off animations. And changing levels. So we are going to cheat to get the level transition. And both times we'll play it once. Yep, it does. All right, so over to the game scene. If we are running, we just say, here's a sequence, go fire them off. So finish level, if we're using animations, it does a thing. And it is just one action, which is to play the sound. So we can actually simplify this a bit. Oh, no, we can't. I lied. We'll keep this the way it was. So at the index, we say we get a new one action subsequence, which plays a sound. That should play through to completion. Or on this little guy, we'll start a sound and then do all that. Oh, the action sequences. No, play the subsequence. So let's see. I really think subsequence set on start. Um, okay, I know what's going on. We don't need to do all this logging. I see the problem. That probably fixes it right there. I like easy wins. We'll take those. So let's go golf mode. Just make sure we haven't broken anything. The word is 609. FontData. Oh, we have to stop. Stop. We have to go back. Settings, animations off. Not 1645. Lamps. You know, we don't need that second whoosh. We don't. Yeah, this is actually not necessary. It goes ding and everything appears and we're just ready to go. Which also means you can just start the sound. That should be fine. I don't think we need the whoosh if we're just not animating. Run it, we turn off animations, we play golf, and bunch goes that way. Select word 299. Yep, I think that's fine. Okay. Easy wins. We always take easy wins every chance we get. Don't see anything hanging here. We can clean up this code. Everything else looks like we've got it. Okay, and here we only need a 2-action sequence. Just a bit of cleanup. How often do I set pass? Set pass. I do it once if we set a 0 delay. And we, yep. If there's a 0 delay, show message. Sure. Okay, well, this is good enough. This bug is done. All right. A sub sequence from next level. Instead of getting a new action sequence from the scheduler, minor adjustments to the level transition as well. Don't need the next level sound. Okay. Here's the next level without animation. Okay. Oh, cruising. We're cruising. Set the window size based on the render area, which will probably break our camera if we resize the window. But we have Git, so it's okay. We can always back out our changes. So this is a low risk thing to explore right now. So we are going to window. So all the stuff in window are my GLFW things. This does not know anything about OpenGL at all. It does not know, it does not care. But set geometry is what we are most interested in. So the resize callback gives me, so I get the frame sizes, I get the width, the height, those are my new window widths and heights. So I have to add in frame left, frame right, and the frame top and frame bottom when it gives me a new height. So this is basically my render size here. GLFW get frame buffer size. That's where I store these. Am I? I don't remember. I used to print out my frame size. Let's do that real quick. Frame width, render, frame height. We run it, and you can see that it is not 1024 by 768. The difference is the height in here, and it's adding some pixels, apparently 20 pixels that I can't even see around the border. But my render size is not what I want. So in my window class, where I call set geometry, I'm getting the frame size so that Windows can tell me how much room it's taking up. I set the window with the appropriate offsets and the appropriate size adjustments to handle the frame. So I think all we have to do is create one new function. Instead of set geometry, we're going to set render size. Frame width, frame height. Instead of making all the adjustments for the frame height, we just do this. Oh, wait, no, we still have to do this. Because we need to store correctly what the full window size is. Okay. So the frame width, our render size, plus frame left margin plus the frame right margin, height plus the frame top margin plus the frame bottom margin. Yeah. Then this is exactly it, although we can just give it the old frame width, frame height. Those should be equivalent. So when I start up my window in main, well, I've not been in my main function in a long time. Here where I say it starts at pixel 1010 on my screen, and with 1024 by 768, that's going to call set geometry. It calls set. Oh, it doesn't. Init window is probably where the sizes are set. Set geometry, there it is. So we want to do most of the time I want window the Windows actual the actual Windows size, Windows actual size. In some cases, I want the Windows render size. I mean, that should just work. And then my graphics will all look wrong because our window is not the same size as it was before. 1025 by 768. Is that a typo by me? Yes, it is. And now when I go to play, that actually doesn't look that bad. The important thing is that this aspect ratio will be all the sizes we support. So when I go to settings, or I put a note somewhere in the renderer, here we are. All of these resolutions are 4 by 3, and that's what we're going to use. You can see that there are some alignment issues. Actually, you'll probably become more apparent as we go. Prime, nudge, toads, ultra demon, based rhino, crowd lines. So my graphic has been stretched vertically because of this space is no longer eating up my vertical render space. This is now added in addition to my vertical render space. So everything's off. Perfect. But that's okay because we were going to redraw our graphics anyway. Here's another thing. We need in settings to be able to change the size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're just going to make 5 buttons and a label in settings. Do we need, so there are already resize events. Which will automatically update the frame and width and height. So that's good. I don't think anybody is consuming a window resize event currently in the system. So I think what we need is in our what is vsync? Hey Brian, welcome back. Tudo bem? Vsync. I will show you what vsync is. Are you ready? We're going to bring up the frames per second, which you can see is around 3,000 frames per second, 2,500. And if I turn vsync on, it's going to go to 60 frames per second. What vsync means is you only render when the screen is ready to refresh. So this is a 60 hertz monitor. And I will, when VSync is on, I will only run a game frame every 60 times a second. If I turn VSync off, my screen won't be able to render all these frames, but my software is grinding through these frames much, much faster than my hardware can show. So if you turn VSync off, you'll usually get smoother physics because it'll compute more time steps of physics engine, or your animations will compute more steps, and a lot of like your user input will be snappier instead of being tied to your frame rate. No, well, rather than being tied to your hardware frame rate of your screen. So VSync off means necessary. You will use more CPU with you'll use more CPU and GPU with VSync off. But most games are going to perform better with VSync off, yes. If the game is very, very big and you're overwhelming your GPU, you might want to turn VSync on just so it forces it to slow down and not turn your GPU into melted metal. But usually VSync off is good. The only reason I have it here is because I needed something on or off that I could turn on and off from the settings and propagate that to the window object for just developing that flow. Yep, that's all it does. So we're gonna make a label, we're gonna add some buttons to have different screen sizes now that we've got the screen size situation fixed. Okay. So the VSync, actually, that's a good example. In Window, I have a function called handle VSync change. So I don't know where this call comes from. I don't know where this event is generated from, but I have to handle it, right? Nobody else can handle a VSync change because that's the window that determines how often you go through your event loop. So we are going to need a handle window request window resize. And we are going to need a window resize request event, which doesn't exist yet. So here's an example of an event change. Window resize request event. We're just going to copy paste. Sort of. We mostly just need these two, in this private field here. We don't need any of this. I have a couple different constructors. I resisted strongly the event system. AK Elements, you're back. Welcome back, stranger. I was gonna dip into your stream, but you started about the same time I did. Or I was working on other things this morning, so welcome back, welcome back. We're making it so I can resize the window, and that's gonna screw up the cameras, and I have to redo all my art so that things line up again. It's gonna be great. resize request and dot b. And all we're really going to do is rename all of this to this vsync change event to window resize request event. Okay, so instead of enabled, we don't want enabled, we want int requested width and height. For our consistency, how's your node graph stuff going? I did go back and pop into your channel, looked at a couple of your VODs. Looks like it's coming along nicely. My problem is I'm differentiating between the window geometry and the render size. The window geometry includes a frame on the top, bottom, left, and right. So if I want to set the render size, which is what I want, I should not call it window size, even though the window sets my render size. So I should probably go rename all of that. Window resize request event. Replace window resize event with render resize. Wow, that's a fun one to say. Do that here. And the only thing left to do is to rename these files. Rename file and buffer to render resize request event.hp. Okay. Add them to our make file. Desync event change. We're gonna put right there. Render resize event. Oh no, all of my alignments have changed. All right. Boom. Render resize request event. Which now exists. So in window.h, you can include it. Render, which means now this function is something we can do. How's everybody's day going so far? My Vomeshame Brow, I know he's on holiday today, some local holiday in Brazil or something. Did I see, AK, that you're... where did I see it? Austria, there it is. Vienna, Austria. That's cool. What's it like in Austria right now? Right now? Oh, is it cold? Man, we just had a heat wave here. I'm at 100 and 105 this week, so whew, Fahrenheit. I guess you guys need that in Celsius, huh? I'm probably the odd man out here. 105 Fahrenheit to Celsius. 40 Celsius. Yeah, I'll bet you're pretty late in the day there. Okay, so that's that. Back to the renderer. Resize request event. We need a width and a height. And 24. 768. And then, oh, the equals, always a good one. Width, height, height. That should be it for that. So I now have a request to change my render size event. The window does not have a function for this yet, but it will. Right here. All we really have to do is set render size event dot requested width event requested height, and my event I have to return true. Say, oh wait, false, return false, return true. Then the last thing I have to do is you have to tell the event queue system about this. If I don't disturb you at work, could you answer me, an idiot? Doubt I always say. I am listening. I don't know if I can answer, but I will sure try. Or I'll tell you I can't. I love answering questions. Wow, my kids are very energetic today. With all this heat, it's terrible. About performance and what computers do. Yep, I'm listening. What's your question? The difference I do like string text equals get text if text blah blah blah. Should go trash text. I call get text every time I need this text. Is there performance differences? Okay. Let's see here. You are in Java, yes? Either way, a good language is going to say, okay, so in Java, this string text object that you're talking about is a reference to a text object. So you can think of it like a pointer, except that Java hides the fact that it's a pointer from you. So when you do get text, all it's doing is getting a reference to an object that's somewhere else. And then this local variable text is being set. If you keep using get text, your compiler might be smart enough to say, hey, he keeps reusing this stuff. Why don't we just, if we can guarantee that there are no side effects, we only have to get it once and it'll store it for you. But in Java, that's really hard to guarantee that there are no side effects unless it's declared as a constant. If it returns a constant reference. It's been a while since I've been in Java, but personally, I like getting a value I'm going to use multiple times once and giving it a meaningful name, right? So, okay, let's see here. Maybe I'll back off just a scotch here. So in Java, when you do this string text, what this is not a value on the stack. Text is not a value on the stack. What it is on the stack, it is a pointer to a text object. Does that make sense? So when you do get text, this function returns a pointer to a text object. No copy is being done. Okay, so instead of copying the string and returning a new one, this get text, well, depends on how they implement get text. This get text might just be returning an existing one, which might not cost too much. But if somebody, every time that you call get text, is regenerating that string, then yeah, that's really bad performance. Yeah, so if get text looks something like this, right? And honestly, I don't remember the Java, but you know, return m_name, right? It's a variable inside your class, a member of your class. Then this just returns a pointer. But if your class implements it like this, string get text, string result.append, whatever, result.append, then this performance is going to make a new string somewhere and start putting things on it and then return that new string. So if your string get text looks like this, where it's returning an existing string object, it's pretty cheap to do. If your string get text is building a new string every single time you call it, that's really bad for your performance. Yes, yes. Make a new string object somewhere. This is a pointer to that object somewhere. that make sense? Yeah, cool. If you don't know, I would cache it like you said, where I would say string text equals get text, and then just use text as many times as you want from there, because it doesn't cost you anything more if you don't know. Yep. I will warn you though, my Java is beyond rusty. I've used it a couple times in the last 5 years, and before that it was probably another, gosh, 12, 13 years since I used it before that. So, man, I'm getting old. So, I have D&D tonight. My group meets a couple times a month. Oh, not main menu, window. I changed that name somewhere. I too don't know Java, just trying to learn something harder than JavaScript and Python. Yep. If you want performance, Python is not for you, and neither is JavaScript. They're both terrible and atrocious. That is not to say that I don't use Python. I like Python for exploring new ideas. The friction between what I think and writing the code is very, very low with Python. But that comes at the cost of performance. If I want to build something, I'll often prototype it in Python, then go back and rewrite it in C or C++ for the performance reasons. All right, so we're going to call this handle render resize request. I have to go change that name. No, that's not correct. Where is the... There it is, this one. Render resize request handler ID. That's what I want in the constructor. When the window goes away, all of the resources are released anyway, so I don't really need to clean this up, but maybe I will anyways. Where am I doing this? I'm using the game scene. There we go. Unregisters events. They are the desync handler. Wow, that. If only this worked properly. It messed up my capitalization. Unsubscribe from something. Similar with the renderer. Resize request. Just for correctness, unregister from things we've been restricted to. So tonight is D&D night. We're using 5th edition. I started in 4th edition. A little bit of a late start. But I find that leveling up characters in 5th edition is really not very exciting except around very certain levels. And even that depends on your class, right? Like, the ranger class is so boring to upgrade. So boring. Right now I've got a turtle with a gun lined up. That is what we're going to do. Resize request. Renderer. Resize request. Renderer resize request. Okay. I think that's all the connections I need. What? You gaming? Yes, I do some gaming. I really like board games. I wish I had people living closer to me to game, but that's just not the way it is right now. I used to really, really like Malifaux. It's a tabletop skirmish game. Me and a buddy tried out Warhammer 40K, and it's just too boring. But Malifaux has a really good, really good set of rules. I'll find a game buddy cuddler. Yeah, actually, my wife plays board games with me if they're in the moderate to reasonably serious game categories. But for the serious stuff, I gotta find a different one. Oh, thanks, Brian. So I don't know. Does anybody have a favorite D&D class or advice? Like the Ranger sucks. I basically looked up what is the worst classes to play, and Ranger was in the bottom two, so I tried one, and yeah, sure enough, it's a bad, such a bad class. I think this is everything we need. So let's just make sure it compiles. Do a full clean and debug. But yeah, tortoise renderers resize request. Don't need the word event in there. All right, clean this up. What else does it not like? Oops. Oh, it's still running. Wow. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I could probably still do more gaming than I do, but also I'm just trying to get some work done. Yes, this event queue is going to give me a lot of error messages. Oh, I need to include it. That's what I'm doing. Renderer resize request. That should make things better. Something's better. What about any of you? Play any games? Any good tabletop games or role-playing games? Render resize request event. Okay. Yes, we don't need the word event in there. Never played RPG board games. I heard they're really big in Brazil, though. I heard that Brazil was very, very sad when Wizards of the Coast stopped doing translations in, stopped printing translations in Portuguese. Hey, Sri Tunks, welcome back. Game design for a while. A lot of my instructors and other students run into TRPGs. All right, so what are the good ones? I've got a short list that I want to try someday. Yeah, enjoy crafting builds and stuff. Yeah. So on Friday this week, I plan to do a variety stream. I'm gonna do like half a day on compilers, and then maybe like half a day building my own tabletop game, design puzzles. See, I'm like a mechanics guy. The When the core mechanics are good and clean, it just makes me feel so happy inside. Um, every kind of game is kind of, yeah, every game costs quite a lot to produce. Um, in expansion of this macro, render a resize request. It's not a static member of class event queue. Is that because I did something wrong? Maybe we have to do a clean build for it to pick up the changes to the header file. So yeah, I'm a mechanics guy. I've got a card game that I've partially prototyped and had play tested multiple times that I think has a lot of potential. Think of it as Manaless, Magic the Gathering, memory chess. I like good crunchy games. Got an idea for a tabletop skirmish game, and another idea for I have 2 or 3 ideas for like TTRPG games as far as mechanics go. So on Friday, I might start with some setting building instead of mechanics and coding. Oh wow, why does that have a render resize request? Because I've got an idea for a world that'll fit both my skirmish game and the role playing game pretty well. Just the popular ones. Yeah, that's kind of my problem. I was playing more board games when I lived in a bigger city. Had some friends that would come over to play sometimes, but it's been a few years since I've been out here in the middle of nowhere. There's really not many gaming people out here. Okay, yeah, the header probably does not declare this one. because it's bool enabled. That's just wrong. In W and H. But I'm kind of tired of a lot of modern systems. Like everybody's got a couple of different variations on like basically a D20 system. And frankly, roll D20, add your modifiers, and that's your whole system. Do I have a typo? One of the problems with event queue is it's all so samey that I just wrote macros. The macros are nice in some ways, but slightly painful in others. This implement event. Okay. As long as we're consistent, it should work. Yeah, Thaco is cumbersome. So I think where the mechanical genius would be is in finding something crunchy enough to give me a lot of thinking, planning opportunities, but that don't drag down the gameplay itself. So my TTRPG, I think, might be on the right now overcomplicated side. So I'd have to do some more playtesting to figure out what to take out. But it is nothing like a D20 system or a rollover or a roll under system like Numenera or Pathfinder or I mean, there's some really good ideas. There are some good ideas in Numenera I really like. Um, or what was it called? What's the cyberpunk one? Anyway, exploding D6s. That's kind of different, but you're still trying to roll over. At least the exploding sixes are exciting to play. I'd love being a human computer and having lookup tables for stuff like that. Yeah. Okay, so in theory, compilation did finish, and we're back up to running. Okay, we are running. Okay. So in the settings, we're going to add a label, resolution label. Then we'll need some more buttons. Oh, I guess in this class I've been doing things differently. Label for resolution. Button 1024 by 768. These will be all the other ones. So That was actually one of the problems I had with Warhammer 40K. You had to either memorize the armor table or you had to just have it open all the time. Like it just dragged everything down so much. And while I could have memorized it, like after a game or two, I was like, I don't even want to. Like it's just so boring. Okay, so we have some text and some buttons. We're gonna go in here. Ten 24 by 778. You know what? We could actually automate this too. Boom. All the buttons are initialized. The hard part is going to be placing them all. Label the text. The text. What do I do with text? I can handle. Okay, either way. Screen size. On update, all these buttons will have to be updated. I'm actually not sure that's true anymore. I think we might be working off of a event subscription model for these buttons, but that's okay. Here's the renderer, and we boom. Okay, and the only thing left is placing these buttons. Trying to, let's see, I guess, so I'm trying to keep my login for streaming separate from my normal use of login, so I don't actually have access to all of my bookmarks, but there's a few RPGs I want to try out. I can't remember them now. There are some really cool things in Numenera. If you go to, I think it's Open Legend, it's an open source RPG system. It's got that D20, but it's classless, which I really like. Yeah, there's a couple of good games I want to try out, but I do like a good tabletop skirmish game as well. Malifaux, super fun. So these buttons are gonna be a little smaller than the others, so 240 maybe in width and height. For X, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna cheat. We're gonna use this rectangle as our starting point. Dot. Oh wait, button I don't get the rectangle this way. Oh, but I get the XY position dot X. Plus 50. There we go. So there's our X. Now all we need is a Y coordinate. We also need the label. Resolution dot set rectangle. I have to tell it where to go. So it's going to go at each button animations dot X button animations dot Y plus button animations dot oh, well, we have the height, that's 50, and our Y's have been going up by 10, so 60. Then my width and height will be the 250 and 50. Set font size, I don't know, 24 maybe. Then this stuff is actually going to be under label resolution X plus 55. And Y equals this thing plus Y plus 55. Okay, let's see here. Let's line this stuff up better. Instead of Y, will be Y plus 0, Y plus 45, plus 90, plus 135, plus 180. Is that right? Looks like. So this should put all the buttons in my window below the animations. And right now they aren't going to do anything. Where are we at? Almost 2 o'clock. It's almost time for snack. So let's see. Let's see if we just get this to show up. Step 1. Oh. What? Oh, comma. There we go. Put a comma in the right place. It will like me better. Oh, so close. Double int. Why can't it just cast int to float here? Oh, I know why. Because I forgot this has to be a rectangle. Maybe one of these days we'll go back and write convenience overloads for that function, but who knows? Yeah, so I think Friday I'm gonna do some world building for my TTRPG and my skirmish game. Like, I've got parts of the setting done. I know kind of an overarching world condition, but like start fleshing it out and building it up and doing the research. It's not really my thing. Like, I'm not a writer. I'm more of a mechanics guy. So let's see if this runs. What happens when we go to settings? And it crashes. Okay. That could be because we need to do a clean debug. Before we start running a debugger, I always do a clean and build. So what do you guys look for in games? What's fun? Calm boy. Okay. Settings. Okay, my label. I probably need to set the text color. But these buttons are now here. Cool. Just set color. We'll go with a nice gray. 32, 32, 32. That font size might need to be bumped up a little bit. Oh, I did a clean. Shoot. Video game dev. I like video games, yeah. I'm not a social person to do board games. Okay. All right, three trunks. So what games do you play? You're talking... Okay, so I guess two questions. What kinds of games do you develop? And what kinds of games do you play? Because I know as a developer, a lot of times you don't get to work on projects you want to necessarily. So what you play and what you develop might be completely different. A label go. Oh, am I not rendering the label? Sure enough. Label never needs to get updated. But sure does need to be rendered. Oh no, I did it again. Fast movement mechanics. Team Fortress 2. Okay. Quake 3 Arena. Okay. I think I grew up for so long with really crappy internet, so I never actually got into like the first-person shooters or even the third-person shooters. Those fast twitch movements I can never replicate with a poor machine and poor poor frame rates. I'd always get bogged down. Like even just playing like League of Legends, if there's a big team fight with lots of particle systems, like I just completely lag out. It's like, well, this is fun. So I tend to play a lot more like roguelites. I liked Darkest Dungeon, Slay the Spire, Have you guys seen Circadian Dice? That's one that's such a simple game, but it's really quite good. Neon White and the new Doom games. Neon White. I'm gonna bookmark that for future looking up. Okay, okay. Also, these days with so many kids and so much going on, like the best thing I can do is a game that I can literally stop any second and go take care of something, like kids or something. So, like say the Spire or Circadian Dice, I literally can just walk away any second and it doesn't matter. Okay, so I went the wrong way. 32 is too dim. I need to go much brighter and vertically center that text and make it bigger. Okay. Going 32. Instead of 32, we're going to 192. Make it nice lighter gray. Okay, how much from label resolution dot set? There are two things I want to do here. One is set alignment. Two, yeah, center text H align left. I made it bigger, started vertically, made it lighter. Haven't heard of Circadian Dice. Replayability, yeah, roguelikes. Yeah, right now, just the stage of life I'm in. I can show you. Oh, can I show you guys? I'm not sure I have Steam set up on this login while I'm testing things. Let's see if maybe I can log into my own Steam account from this place. Okay. Screen size. There it is. These texts could be smaller. I don't remember. Oop. Oh no. Oh no. Wasn't trying to remember my password without being able to look it up since I'm not on my login. Okay. Hey, I have Steam up. We should take a look. Library. Circadian Dice. I'm pretty sure. Oh wait, I might have. Okay, so let's see if I can figure out how to share this now. OBS. Show me your secrets. I add a window capture. Circadian Dice. Okay, that is definitely not Circadian Dice. At all. Why on earth? Oh, I bet I know what's going on. Why don't we move Circadian Dice to the same window place? Then we. Right, so I'm going to delete this one. Make a new capture. Circadian Dice. Hey, there we go. Now let's make it visible. Capture audio, I guess. Let's move it. Okay, so I want to turn the music down. Oh, I already remembered that. Okay, cool. So in this game, you choose one of these cool heroes, and then you go into one of the dungeons and you try to fight it. So like if I go to, let's find one that's, let's just, oh, I hate that one. This one's, Necromancer. Let's go Necromancer Tower. So right now the illusionist can bring some equipment. So I always bring a witch's knife, that thing, and bag of gold. And what happens is every character plays a bit differently what's on the dice. And then you have a shop for buying things. So this dice face is an illusion. So when I use it, it becomes a copy of another face from the shop. So it copied this one over here. And actually, that's not bad. So I'm going to make that not an illusion. And we're going to hit this guy because he's really big. And he has a chest. So if I kill him, there's a chest. If I kill the chest, I can get the gold inside. But I don't have time. So I'm on my last turn. If I don't kill him, I gain fear. If I get too many fear, that's not good. Yeah, that's not that great. This is a poison dagger. As I level up, I might get things like hypnosis. So these are like skills and gems. You use the gems to fire off skills. Boom, that last guy finally died. I could gain gold or gems, but instead I choose to gain more points. I have $5, so I can buy this $4 thing. Like that. Now I have more useful things on my dice. Oh, good, a simple chest. We can use this key to open a chest. Hit this guy. Use one of my spells. You get new spells as you go if you want to. We will stun everybody. Anyways, Circadian Dice, pretty nice little roguelike. So I can just kill those guys outright. Three turns left. I'm taking a lot of damage though. I'm not really trying to win this run, just show what it's like. So the knight has a shield on, so only a piercing attack will do damage to it unless there's more than one. Don't really have anything good in the shop. Oh, that's actually quite good. Ooh. This one gives me a lot more chances to get gold, which is always nice, but this one gives me a double attack. Let's go with more gold. Let's do it this way. I have to reroll though. Ooh, that chest had a lot of gold in it and some gems. Very nice. This is not useful. That's pretty good. Now I gotta be able to kill him this turn. There we go. 1 health and a dream. Oh, I'm gonna die. Yep, that's nothing to do about it. Anyway. So that's it. That's Circadian Dice. Nice short runs. They have, poison mechanics and cursing mechanics, and your dice can get frozen so you can't reroll. You have powers where you get to reroll more. There's rage. The cleric can do shield bash and has lots of healing. The barbarian does like double damage if you get the chains. And they all play quite different, so it's pretty fun. Okay, so what was I working on? Sorry, easily distracted. We were going to shrink the text on these a bit. I don't remember what the default text size was. Font size 12? Oh, but button probably sets its own. Font size 24. So let's go with like 18. Yeah, I've played some other roguelikes that were pretty good too. Dead Cells was quite good. That's more of like an action platformer roguelike. It's pretty good. Set text size. There we go. Dead Cells runs could take a while to get through. They do not have short, quick, easy runs. Okay, that looks better. And then I want a screen size indicator. So if you click one, it'll point to it. Also, a question. Yeah, these are all unique, so that's fine. Okay. Chosen resolution. For now, we're just going to use text to indicate which one we're using. Set the color. Need to set a rectangle. Okay, so this will be the same position as the label resolution. X. It will be, we'll make it a 50 by 50, which means it will be at the same Y as this one. Plus the 60, plus the 55. So this is going to point at 1024 by 768. That's where our default is. Dead Cells was nice. I like that one. Oh, Prince of Persia franchise. Nice, nice. Okay. And the other problem is we have to do a clean and build because I said so. No, there are a lot of good games. A lot of games I want to play too. Like I liked Braid. That's a good puzzle game. I want to play The Witness, but I want a lot of time to play it right. I liked like Transistor was a good one. God, Gosh, I have a lot of things in my Steam. Let's see. Although, it is probably time to pause for snack and restroom break once I get this thing showing up. Trying to get good habits. Like I've already drunk almost 2.5 quarts of water today. I've already done my running and my calisthenics. Trying to undo the damage I've done to my body over the last after the last years of damage I've done to it because of my desk job. Programming is hard on the body, it turns out, which I never would have expected when I was young. When we get back from that break, we will connect those buttons to do things, and hopefully it just resizes properly. Okay. Well, that is not exactly what I had in mind. That text is too small and it's not centered. Easy to fix. Center, center. Quick test. Hopefully this looks better. Settings. Hey, there it is. Oh, it's not 50. It's 45 or 40, isn't it? This needs to be 40 by 40. So it'll line up with the center properly. I'm still running on the fumes of my youth. Yeah. It catches up eventually, I'm afraid. I'm paying the piper now. Funny thing was, I used to be really lean and really fit. I used to be a wrestler, did some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Used to be able to run pretty well considering that I'm not a runner. But there, that looks pretty good. All right, we will make these buttons do things in just a minute. It is time to take a break. Stretch your legs, get some water, use the restroom. Can't sit all day. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I am back. So, where we were, we're gonna just make a nice save point to come back to, get command, edit event for resizing. Window can resize with respect to render area. Settings has buttons for changing size. Not implemented. So, Sri Tunks, you never answered what kind of games you do development on. Chosen resolution dot x button 1024 dot y. Well, lady. $14.40. I want to make games, but I'm not sure I want to be in the games industry to do so. I mean, if somebody paid me to make games, I would do that. But mobile games, India is a huge market for that. Yeah, last ones were point and click, touch and tap, exploration game for younger kids. Okay, user generated content ones. Rhythm based 2D brawler. Oh, yeah, getting stuck in dev hell sucks. Like I said, I would like to do more game development, but I don't know if I want to exactly be. Oh, 16. So it's 19, 20. So are you you're using a game engine probably? Are you using like Unity or Unreal or something else I don't know about? Or maybe I do know about, but kind of besides the point. Like something I haven't mentioned, I guess maybe that's better. Win32 plus Vulcan. Okay. To the active detriment of progress. Yeah, but I don't know. The game engine gets a lot of things off the ground really fast, but I think a lot of people never learn what's underneath it. To their own detriment. So there's got to be a balance somewhere. Maybe you start your career writing things from scratch, but then as you get better, you can choose an engine that's more appropriate to the task. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. The world is complicated and there's always downsides. Okay, so we're going to hook up these buttons to do things. We need to set a callback. Void set or request renderer resize int width, int height. Like right now what I'm doing is probably not very efficient at all in terms of just getting something up and running. But I think I've been pretty careful about not letting scope creep too much. And I'm building pieces that will springboard my next project. Event Q, oh, Q, NQ, renderer resize request event of width and height. And then, oh, int new y. Yeah, we'll just take the y. I should document this if this is going to be a reusable system at all. I would do things differently, but I'm using it. And nobody else needs to know that the code breaks the rules. X, Y. W is not equal to renderer frame width. There we go. Now we can register the callback for all these buttons. What? No, 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 no. Bad. That's not what I want. Fine. There we go. Space, find the thing, comma, comma. Y. Except this is not at all what I want to do. What I want to do is callback. Okay, so I'm going to go 3 dot set callback std find address of settings scene this and all the arguments, and that's that. Before we even do that though, let's just get it to print something useful. Width, height, and the y coordinate. Shift more towards some gameplay stuff. Oh, 2D platformer. Nice. Are you streaming it or YouTube or is it like a GitHub public repo? You know, put it on Steam. Yeah. You know, I started doing the Vulkan tutorial at one point. I got like 900 lines of code in and decided maybe okay, maybe I just start with OpenGL and move to Vulkan after I get the hang of things. All right, so that's working. So we're getting all the parameters through to the call correctly. We can move the thing. Let's not create the event in the event queue yet. A little more exciting to stream again. Yeah. Oh, H isn't being used. That's fine. Hey. Uh-oh. Did I not register that one properly? 1024. Set the callback. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Vulkan is right now above my level of execution. Not that I can't do it or learn it. I'm a decent programmer, but I just don't know it yet. So that will be a whole separate learning experience for me when I go back through to Vulkan, which will have to happen eventually. I think. I don't know. I don't know how long OpenGL will last. I think a lot of people are switching to Vulkan. I don't know if it's enough to kill OpenGL. Oh, that was a good snack. Sounds like D8. Oh, not that one. So why was that 1024 button not working like the others? That's my question. Settings. If I click here, it's firing and that arrow's moving. Huh. Oh. I know why. Because the render scene is 1024, so it wouldn't switch to it because it thinks it's already there. We can change that if y is not equal to label chosen resolution.y. Instead of looking at the renderer resolution, we can look and say, what are we pointing to? We'll try that. Settings. Click, 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 click. Very nice. Okay. So that's pretty close. Do we just try it then? I don't know what this is going to do to my streaming. You like it better than OpenGL? Yep. I'll bet the initial investment is brutal. I mean, I like the idea of having more control over your pipeline and what's actually happening in it. But it feels like a standards committee designed it. My window resized. Did it resize on the stream? I don't know what it did to the stream size. Hey, it's still there. Nice. So if I make it bigger... Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa, it just resized. Whoa, that's... It is taking a while to resize, though. It's like these buttons have become unresponsive. But it is resizing. But then what happened to it? Lap. Yeah, sort of. Oh, I know. Yep, the UI did not. Yeah, no, the UI is not rescaling the way that it needs to eventually. I can't click the buttons because the buttons aren't where I told them they would be. So I don't know about Vulkan, but in OpenGL, the origin is the bottom left-hand corner. But when I'm working in screen space, I think of the top left-hand corner. So everything I've done is with respect to the top left-hand corner. And so when the window resizes, that sets all of my GUI positions off. So we need to, when we resize, change the positions of everything to layout in the new system. So the button didn't know it was being clicked because it thought its rectangle was somewhere else from where it's being drawn. Perfect. That is actually not bad. So this can go away. The other thing we want to do is I actually want to set up an animation. Sequence equals scheduler dot new action sequence, and it only needs to be one element long, which means we can simplify it to just an action, because that's more convenient. Set duration, we can make it sometime. What's the call signature for set? Oh, start animation. Set play animation. Oh no, we don't want to do that. Okay. Animation equals sequence set play animation at index 0. Animation, animation, oop, not that one. Set duration, set easing curve, easing method. I'll get quad in out. Set the range from this thing dot x dot y to this dot x and the new y we got. And the last thing we want to do is move that label to the new x, y. And there. That is a slightly more complicated version of this line. The other thing I want to do was unique weight and tag. I'm going to tag it as 1. It doesn't matter because nothing else in this scene uses it right now. Just smooth things out a little bit. Got a dip. Oh, flipping sleep schedules is always fun. Yeah, you should be able to pop in anytime. I don't know if you're in my Discord. I'll throw you my Discord so that you get the announcements when I stream. Invite people, copy the link, put it in here. Yeah, pop into the Discord channel. That way you'll get notifications. Hopefully you get your sleep schedule figured out. That's always fun. And then yeah, that variety stream should be a good break. I was going to do it on Saturdays, but I just don't think I can stream on Saturdays consistently, so it's going to be Fridays. Thanks for dropping by, Street Trunks. Appreciate it. Oh, I need to capture this, probably. Oh, expected a primary. Oh, comma. There we go. Boom. and it did slide down in an animated fashion. Whoa. I have to guess where the button is. There it is. But it does animate. Awesome. Back is right there. Does this screen have similar problems? No, these are laid out according to the current screen size, so that's fine. We just need to relay out our settings window. Everything else should be laid out according to the size of the window. So that's fine. Great. Oh, we're getting there. All right. So where to go from here? Let's go to the old journal. We are setting the window size. Let's create a safe point. There's a lot more work still to be done, but I don't want to get halfway down a bad path that breaks things and then I can't remember how to get back to where we are. So window size is settable in settings scene. The settings scene needs to be relayed out after resizing. What else? Need to test other scenes in other sizes. Custom layout per size. Or can we map something? Okay, so indicate there's still plenty of work to do. Save our place. Where are we printing that renderer? That's when we enter the main scene. Yes. I don't think we need that anymore. Window resize is doing things. As from settings, scene, much layout rework to do. All right. That's pretty good. That was fairly straightforward. So do I feel like doing setting scene? So right now I'm just hard coding a whole bunch of values into like button size and text sizes without regards to the size of the window. And setting scene is small enough that I think we can do the layout fairly straightforwardly. All right, so we're going to do this. Setting scene, void, do layout. So way down here at the bottom, everywhere where we do set rectangle. Put it all in one place. Okay. Set text size. Also will go in here. Do layout. We put it all in a single layout function, then we can, on a window resize event, redo our layout. But first, I'm gonna make some things. This is all for 1024 by 768. So things like 250 and 50 are gonna have to change as the size of the window changes. Double. Um, Button big width equals 250 over the width of the size 768 1024. That gives me a ratio. Button big. Just make it big button. That easier to read. Big button height. H-E-I-G-H-T. We'll make it W and H. So that is 50 over 768.0. We do have small button. Those were only 240. Is there anything else that I need? Oh, we have spacings. Double big spacing ratio equals 10 over 768. The small spacing is 5. There we go. Sort of. There, that lines up. Which means the const double big button width equals the integer cast of big button width ratio times renderer frame width. Big button height, frame height. Same thing for small, big for small. Double big space equals the integer of big spacing ratio times. We're doing that based off of height. We're laying everything out vertically. And same thing for small. Okay, so we now have 6 values. We're going to search for 250 and replace it with big button width. We're going to search for 50 and change it for big button height. That did not work. 50 big button height. So those 3 make sense. The label resolution is going to get sure, that's fine. Width height. Okay. We're going to look for 200 and replace it with small button width. Not that one. This 55, it's really big button height plus a small space spacing starts at 100. So this 100 is really 160 is really this. So starting y const. Oh, these are ints. Y naught equals 100 0 divided by 1024. No, it's by height 768 times our frame height. So instead of 100, it's y naught. And this is y naught plus big button height plus big space. Plus this much. Okay, so those buttons should now relay out fine. These ones, oh yeah, we're still working on this one. we're going to replace 40 with small button height. Nope. Wrong button. There we go. Nope. Yep. Yep. Nope. Yep. 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 Nope. Nope. So there's the 40. What are the real numbers we're working with here? This is X, Y, width, and height. X, Y, width, height. So basically this says wherever we started, we're going to add the height of one button, so the button that we already laid out up here, plus a space. Same thing here. We actually can steal this thing in underscore button vsync dot x, save ourselves the trouble. Dot y plus the offset with height. Very good. I do wonder why these are indented differently, but that's fine, I guess. No, that is, oh, it's lining up with this parentheses. That's just dumb. Well, we can come back and fix that later. Double resolution X and Y. It's fine. So vsync animations on off label. And these guys get X plus. This just gets Y, which we are going to ignore for now. Int step equals small button height plus small space. There we go. Step. Step. Times 2. Step times 3. Step times 4. Okay, boom. This thing starts at the same XY plus a big button height plus a small space. This one actually doesn't matter. Oh, wait. This one does matter. Because we do the move to right here. Just a moment. A little phone call. Got that. I think the kids have all gone to the pool with this heat. Big space. Space. Okay, one other thing we have to do. Every button and label needs a text size. So, what I know is that this and the animations one take the default font size, which is 24, I think we decided. Yeah, 24. So that should make no difference. What else do we need? The label, we set text size or font size here. This one. So those are the two labels. Positions. Text size. We need 3 text sizes. We need. Do we scale off the X or off the Y? I'm not sure it matters too much. So we're going to say big button font size equals 24 over 1024 times renderer frame height. We'll try that. The small button font size is going to be 18. All of that passed as an integer. Int, constant. And the last one is the label. We'll call it a big label. That doesn't really matter. That's 32. Big button font size. Big button font size. 18. Small button font size. Boom. That might be all of our layout code in do layout. So let's just see if it lays things out the way they used to be or close enough. Then we plug that one call into let's run it. Settings. Okay, the font sizes look small here. I forgot to take the back button. These fonts feel small compared to what they were. So we're doing something wrong. 1024 will take it over 768. Must be by height. Then we do the fonts. And the back button. We forgot to do the back button. But it's nice to have that there for comparison against the big button fonts. Okay, that looks more like it. Therefore, we can do the back button. here. Okay. When we do the layout, we want to do the layout not here, but rather when we get the Windows actually has resized. This only says we want to resize. The resize has not yet happened. Which actually means we want this. We're going to comment this out for now. And go back to the way we were doing it. Just for now. Till I have some suspicions. That this animation will not play nicely with the actual resize. Okay. So what we need is a window resize handler. So let's look at what it looks like. Okay. Old width, old height, new width, new height. Mostly don't care about any of this, but it's fine. So. Okay. We need a handler ID for this. Then we need a window resize handler function. We will hook up in a bit. The nice thing is, if I do something similar to this in all the other scenes, I only have to call them once when we start the scene and never again, because the only way we can resize the screen is in the settings window. So this is the only one that has to do this. We'll return true. Okay. Do layout. We're going to, for now, ignore the event parameter and return true. So let's go to do layout, and here we are going to log note do layout. Frame width, frame height. Here's another thing we're gonna do. Const int frame W. We're gonna make my code more compact here. H. Frame width. right. There we go. No, I didn't do this one. This one is also not even cast to an integer like it should be. Oops. Compute the ratios, we compute a bunch of positions, we apply them all. It mostly works. Text sizes, similar thing. That's all fine. Make sure it compiles. Oh man. Okay. Um, uh, there we are. This kind of thing. Window resize handler ID equals subscribe to window resize find handle window resize, and that should do it. Also window. We can unregister. Unsubscribe from window resize. There we go. All right, let's see if it works. It should relay out everything when we get the resize event. Here. So close. That's not window, that is settings. Probably means, yeah, maybe this will work. Okay. Oh, it died. Okay, well, we just do a clean build. That should fix that. If this works, we then have to go relay out the main window. We have to go relay out. Well, the about window doesn't really have anything in it. That's literally just a scratch box for us now to debug in. So it's just the main window, which should be simple, even simpler than this. and the game itself, which is not going to be so simple, and nothing is going to line up properly. So here goes. Pop. Well, that's cute. Huh. Wonder what happened. Big, big, small, small, small. Oops. I'm just letting my brain spin in idle here for a second while I do something mindless. Because I'm thinking about what could be wrong. Uh, so what is crashing on me here? Did it crash? Why would it render things stupidly? Let's see. We can log some more information here. Note. Actually, the button positions all looked fine. The fonts looked weird. Set font size. I only take integer sizes. I don't think I have to, but that's the way I'm doing it. Oh, what happens? then in the crash. So let's just do a clean build. We'll run it in the debugger, see where it crashes. And go from there. Because the layout itself looks fine, question mark. Oh, we got 330. We're actually not too bad. In terms of schedule, we can, if this little hiccup gets fixed quickly, then we can go lay out the main menu in a similar fashion. Oh, no, run it in the debugger. Debugger. Because we had a crash. That concerns me. I am not happy with it crashing on me. Go to a bigger one. It just should not look like that. That rectangle doesn't match that at all. Segfault, getting font data. Update text. At 354. Oh. I wonder. FontData start with font. Get font data for a font size. I'll bet. This is something I had thought about. Yep. So, one, we look for a slot. So we store within a font object several potential font data sets, one for each font point size, which already contains the glyph information and the packed texture. It's not a good packing algorithm yet, but it's fine. These actually aren't that big. If we didn't find one, we look for an empty slot and add a font size into it. If we still can't find one, we have to blow away one of the old font datas to make room for the new one. So, problem one, we're storing 8 font sizes. So when we start at the level, there are 3 font sizes loaded for Francois. The 24 point for the button default, 18 points for the smaller buttons, and 32 points for the label. Then we change the size we get a whole new font data, which means now we're up to 6. When we click the third size, that goes to 9, and that is more than 8. Now, we don't have to be stuck at 8, but I would like to finally address this code here. So this is where the problem's actually coming from. Did not find matching slot or empty slot for font size, whatever, which is font size. Now, find oldest might not make any sense at all. I need to find a way to choose which font data to delete. And by delete, I mean this. But in the meantime, we should see this message log out and then it crash. Assert false. Well, that's fine. Don't need to clean anything. Oh, we're in the debugger, so it's not going to release that resource. We should quit. This was a thing I had kicked down the road, and now it's biting us. Still not too bad. I've seen worse. Although the fact that resize doesn't draw things very nicely makes me sad. That's different from crashing. Now it shouldn't crash, it should just fail on the assertion. Settings. Boink. Yeah, these buttons are not where it thinks they are. Did not finish. Did not find a matching slot for empty slot or font size 25. Assertion failed. Or it's false. Yes. So that is our problem. It is returning a null font data. Font. Font data contains an age. Okay. I don't think I'm doing anything with age. Set it, and that is it. Age equals 0. No. Yeah. And every time you use a font size, we increment that one and decrease the others. I kind of don't like that. One of them will blow up for sure. So the question is, I mean, we could literally look at time Or if we have, let's just work through a hypothetical then. Where's my scratch buffer? Okay, so let's have font data 1, 2, 3. This has size, so that's a 10 point font, 20 point font, a 30 point font, and a 40 point font. Okay. If I do get font data 10, that one has the smallest page. So that goes to 0, and nothing has to change there. If we do get font data 20, what we want to do is, number one, already at 0, do nothing. So the state remains the same. What we want is 20 becomes 0, and anything less than it gets incremented. We go with 30, then this one becomes 0, this one becomes 1, this one becomes 2. When we do get font data 40, then we find the 40, we set it to 0 as the most recent, then we increment everything that was less than this one before it got changed. Is that the algorithm? So this is based on creation age. When you're created, you get an age of 0, and everything else increments. That doesn't seem terrible. Okay. Set size age equals 0. Set size here. Update age. Actually, this doesn't happen to happen in here. Only where results are. Result index. Index equals index. Result index equals next. This one will eventually set the result index. equal to index. If result index not equal to 0, or not, and it's greater than or equal to 0, we are going to increment things and stuff. The other thing we would need to know is int result age was equals this thing dot age. So if we find a result, we have to know what age it was. And what index it was found at. Result index dot age equals 0. Index equals 0. Index less than font data entry count index. Case number 1, if index equals result index, we don't actually have to do anything crazy there. If index else if m_underscore font data at the index dot age is less than or equal to the result age was, point size is greater than 0, meaning we actually have we actually have something stored in it, so it's not an empty slot. Point size is greater than 0, and if the age was less than the result age, then we just increment. Is that it? Age bookkeeping. All right, so we're gonna look for the oldest slot. So one question will become, how often do we page in and out something that we have to keep reloading? I think 8 is a reasonable size most of the time, but you know, who knows? Int oldest index equals -1. If this dot age is greater than oldest index, and oldest age, we have to know both of those. If this age is greater than the oldest age, then the oldest age equals this. I'm going to reverse this logic. And then oldest index equals index. If oldest index is greater than or equal to 0, we found a valid index. And the oldest index gets a new size set. The result equals the oldest index, and oldest index. And one thing we want to note is placed font size modulus D for modulus D, which will be this thing dot, when I say point size, for the new font size before we actually do the thing. So if we did not find a matching slot or empty slot, then we replace. I don't think this can happen. How did we get here? I just want to see if this works. We can fix the font paging in and out system. That has benefits going forward. No capitalization. All right, the settings. We're going to go to a different size. It's going to screw everything up. Then we're going to go to yet another size. Did not find matching slot or empty. Oh, we asserted. I got to remove that assertion now that I have a plan for how to deal with it. We found an old slot. Replace it. And maybe we just increase it to 16 or something. But this shouldn't actually happen that often. So there's that one. And this one. And it worked and it didn't crash. Did not find a matching slot or empty slot for font size 25. So we replaced font size 24 data for the font size 25 data. And the screen did show up. Now, this only works in 1024 by 768. So something in my math is way wrong on the font sizes. Probably because fonts aren't sized based on vertical height. But it's not crashing, so we should save that work. I'm actually shocked that worked the first time. Here, I don't think we can actually get here. Font get FontData. We should always be able to find an old slot to remove. That is definitely an error. Okay. So one thing to keep an eye on will be how often do we page out? I kind of want that error message back. Not the error message, but this message. These two messages can stay for debugging purposes. Investigate. Okay. We'll remove those as the system matures, but that is useful information for now. Update our age bookkeeping. Yeah. We should save this work. Git status. Git add. Git commit. Font now pages. Bold fonts out correctly as needed. Okay. So back to setting scene. This is before we digressed into font size, paging, all that data in and out. Okay. So I suspect that these don't make sense. So we should print them out. Okay. Is there anything else we're actually printing out here? No, not really. Where are we at? It's almost 4 o'clock. We've actually made really good progress considering. Okay. Log note. Setting scene dot do layout. Big button. Small button. Nope, not that. Just run it. See, those font sizes look reasonable to me, so why is my font all garbled up? And my layout's wrong. See, my buttons are still thought to be up here. Boop, but when we go to that position, the font sizes work. So the font sizes are okay. Okay, couple of ideas. When I look for a rectangular collision on the, I might not be treating the rectangle correctly on the buttons. Like when I do a move to, the rectangle contains might not be correct. I think I need a restroom break though before we dive in any deeper. So we're gonna do that. Okay, and we're back. So what do? We do. So we're going to look at button contains. We calculate with respect to the viewport, and then we ask if m underscore rectangle contains that. Okay. Accept that. In the renderer, if it's dirty, set x and y to 0 because we let the object position deal with that. Okay. Rectangle dot x. Oh no, not that one. We want x, y, mrect dot width, mrect dot height, dot contains xy. That may fix the mouse not registering the correct location. X cannot be used as a function. Why not? Oh. This and this y. Okay, that does not seem. Oh, did I not set the viewport? The camera viewport has also not been updated. Okay. So that's another thing that has to happen. Screen camera. Here we are relying on scene to initialize the. Where is scene camera coming from? Is the scene? Does not have this scene camera, which is fine. Setting scene camera. Yes, the scene implementation has the camera. Makes sense. Screen camera. set viewport. If I remember right, this is a shorthand. Or just use the frame size. Correct. Okay, so in settings, scene, we update the viewport based on the render size. So that might help. Okay, the buttons are registering position correctly now, and even being drawn in the right place. But the text is rendering terribly. Oh, interesting. Oh my. That means if I change a text in the with a new font size, it's not updating everything I want to when I declare a new font size. So whatever this scene initializes as, these texts are not being updated with the new glyph information correctly. Okay, that gives me an idea where to look. Oh, we're so close. Actually, we're fixing some good things here. So, setting scene. I think all these log statements really don't need to be here anymore. It looks good. Anything else for logging? We don't care. That seems to be fine. So in text dot set font size. Font sizes aren't equal. We say the position data is dirty. Meaning nothing we know about the positions of anything matter anymore. Render. If the position data is dirty, we go to update text. The number of quads has not changed, so we don't go into that at all because we just changed the font size. If the text is dirty or the position is dirty, we then have to walk through the whole scene. We know the position, starting at quad index 0. We're walking through each character. If it's a space, we just move. If it's a tab, we just move. If it's a renderable character, we get this glyph info. These quads should all be updated. UV coordinates should be updated because we're getting new glyph data from a new texture. Is it not finding the new texture? So basically relay out all of our glyphs from the new glyph info. Font data. Where do we get the font data? Font data here. Okay. Make any adjustments for text alignment. We update the vertex buffer. And then in the render function, wherever that is, explain how to pack our data. Text shader, okay, fine. Oh, interesting. So I should be getting a new texture. And binding it in slot 0. Then we draw it. So I don't think I'm forgetting to update anything. So we have some bookkeeping types of tasks to check. Oh. Hmm. Okay, so possibility 1, the texture is not right. Possibility number 2, the vertex buffer is not being updated right. And how do I feel about that? Did not want to debug this kind of thing right now. I thought this would just work. Hmm. Because we set the size on these things all the time. We've just never done it in light between frames. Um, texture or vertex buffer. Can I tell by looking at it which one is the problem? That is a good question. Give it a little compile here. I don't remember when I last did that. To be fair, the vertex buffer UV probably doesn't need to be changed, but see, those are bigger curves. Sure. Is it the texture? Is the texture messed up? So these things are in the right area. And those, what is that, about a third of the width? So that looks like a reasonable layout for the quads. But the text itself isn't right. So that does try to render a smaller font into a bigger layout, getting more empty, and the UV messed up. Is it UV? Is it UV? Set size. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. We don't actually set the stage here. Only when we get the font out. So that's fine. We don't need to do that. If it's not happy, give us an error. Otherwise, delete the old texture. Set the new point size. Load the character face. Glyph is a pointer to faces glyph. We get the spacing width. For every visible character. Put it in the data. We get the width, we get the rows, we get the advance. Top left width height. Capture the maximums for layout reasons later. We have a text width that we set. Times the number of ASCII columns, number of ASCII rows, width height. We round it up to the next power of 2, so it's a nice texture. That 1 pixel buffer does not exist. I don't think. Make a texture that size. We don't need to zero it. We can though. We were counting pixels, but to compute our packing efficiency, which is not good. Then we computed the UV coordinates. so we're not actually using this. You can output every single font texture. Do we want to do that? Kind of did not want to do text rendering stuff. I thought I had this all more or less whipped. Okay, well. We will write out our textures. Char file name. We'll make it ridiculously huge, doesn't matter. Pretty sure we have C string, okay. S print F to file name. ASCII font name font size dot bitmap. Does FontData know about that? Set font size does have base. I don't remember if face stores. Well, font name is not. Okay. Fine. So I guess we don't have the font name when we're doing this. But that's fine. This thing has a point size. That's what I need. It would be nice if that font key was here. New memory face. Let's go do some research. Time to look things up. There's nobody watching, so I don't have to share the browser. FT new memory face. Returns a pre-typed face rack. Style name. Family name. Oh, okay. So style name or family name we could use. base point to family name, base point to style name, I guess. This is going to create a lot of files for me. But we'll be okay. Run it. Let me look up. In ASCII Francois 1, regular 18. Okay, well. There we go. That should help readability. I want to delete these files. Okay. We're going in. We're going to settings. Now, right now I have 3 Francois 1 regular bitmaps. We're going to delete those. Because you know they work. I'm going to this one, which created the 3 messed up ones. So I'm going to look at the bitmaps. I'm not sure if there's a good way to share this. They are all there. They look okay. So the texture generation is working. As expected. Now, to be honest, the 30-point font texture is garbage. It has so much unused space. We could easily pack that way better. But I don't care right now. Oh, sure, we can show. Surely we can show this. All right. That means we have to go to OBS. We're going to turn off that one. We're going to add a new one. Over where are we putting this? Right there. So if we open this thing, wow. Photos, I guess we can try to share photos. Window capture, photos. Hmm. Oh, this is just not working, is it? Window title must match. Otherwise, find window of same type. Huh. Okay, well, what about this? What if we open this in something else? Paint. Oh gosh, why does everybody change the title to contain the name of the file? Open with something else. Try something. Please just work. I would like to know why art project programs take so long to load. Adding resource types for the last 5 seconds. It's ridiculous. Now it's loading the main window. Okay. Oh, for Pete's sake. Who likes this crap? Alright, where's my scale? Where's the size? Window size. Alright, instead of photos, remove window capture. There we go. Hey. So there's my texture. So whenever I ask for a font by size, it generates a texture like this. Really like the zoom controls here. View. Anyway, so the texture looks fine. Oh, okay. And the font texture being upside down is not a problem. That is expected. Because of the way that UV coordinates are mapped. So, that's fine. So what am I missing here? Is it the UV mappings? I really don't want to print out UV mappings for each quad. Maybe if we do it just for the first quad. Let me think about this. Oh gosh. Got 20 minutes to figure this out. It has to be the UV mappings, right? Where I set these. So those are the glyphs. Oh, text. We compute our new quads, and those look reasonably okay. If the text is dirty, then we get new UV, but we have to get new UV whether the text is dirty or not. That's the problem. We changed the font size, so the UVs aren't going to line up. So that check should not have been done there. I'll bet that fixes it. 20 minutes. Ha, easy. That's really not even that big of an overhead for the times we don't need that. When we, for example, change the text alignment, Like, who cares when you recalculate the UV? It's a lookup. It's not a big deal. Right. Right. Settings. Hey! Oh, it's beautiful. Now, we are paging fonts in and out like crazy. Whoa. Actually, a lot. That's not good. Why is it doing that? Oh, yeah, these are paging in a lot. 50 for 28, 28 for 37, 37 for 50. Those should be. So 50 should have an age of 0. 28 should have an age of 0, and then for 30. Okay, so there's something wrong with that algorithm. Ah, so close. Also, we do not want to write that texture out every time. Not bitmap. Okay, this is super useful though. That is very, very helpful. Boom. I like having that I kept that around. Okay. Mostly fixed. Okay, so font. Place. Result index is the oldest index. This thing has an age. We go through all the indices. If we're looking at the result, our age is set to 0. We need to compare this to what we're seeing on the console. So replaced font size, whatever for whatever. This is looping through these 3 sizes, 28, 37, and 50. So when I replace one, we get the index and the old age. Then we go through each entry. If it was the result, its age becomes 0. Otherwise, if it's a real thing, and if our age is less than the result age was, we increment the age of FontData index.age. Let's get the oldest age. Is something incrementing out of control and therefore causing us to spiral in weird ways? Settings. We make it a little bigger. A little smaller doesn't make any difference because those fonts were already loaded. It's when we load the third one that we run out of those 8 slots. Get font data 0 is the oldest age that we found? Oh, wow. Okay, so something is definitely wrong. Oldest age is negative. If the oldest age is less than something. If this is greater than the oldest age, then this should get bigger. How is 0 the oldest age? Oh, jeez. It is doing something unexpected here, I think. Index plus 1, and let's just do index, and let's just grab the age. So look at that age. If it's the oldest, we do that. Otherwise, we don't take the new one. That's not a star. Oh, we're so close. Oh, hey, back to Java. What time is it there? It is almost 5 o'clock. So it's almost time for me to be done. And I'm super close to having this done as well. So come in here. We can make our window size bigger. We make this one bigger. And all of the texture slots have an age of 0. Okay. Okay. Quarter to 9. Okay, so you're 4 hours ahead of me. So you'll hit midnight before I do by 4 hours. When you hit midnight, I'll be at 8 o'clock. How's your holiday going? You said you were going to sleep, so I assume that's what you were doing. Okay, one more check. Your pool did swap. Oh, this is gonna print so much junk to my screen. Is it a good idea? It's not a good idea. Are we gonna do it anyway? Okay, the question is, why do these all have an age of 0? Good day made something in that simple Java hangman. Nice, nice. Celeste. I have not played that. Cooked, ate. Very good. That sounds like a nice holiday. If we are full, this should never happen. Okay. Are we just doing something stupid? Maybe we do that. Settings. And there it goes. Yeah. How can those settings how can all those font datas have an age of 0? It should not be so complicated. This is a problem. All right, I guess we log it. Oh, this is going to fill up my console. Huh. It never increments anything. Oh dear. We just do that. So this runs into the other problem I was thinking we would have is if you use a font a lot in a single frame, it just blows up. Yeah, like every single frame it went up. Back to my scratch buffer. We had worked out this logic. Boom. If I have my font data and I load in font 10, or if I set for request size 40, if this is the way it is, then I request font data size 10, it gets age 0, so nothing happens. And then these don't change. We request font size data, the age of 20 goes 0, and anything less than that is incremented. So this one got plus, but these two did not. Same thing here. If we request 30, it gets an age of 0, which is this line. And if the age is less than the result that it was, the result age of if I make a new one, would be a 0. Okay, so if we go in here, we found a matching slot, and it's already 0. Not equal to 0. If the result age was 0, it means we just keep returning the most recent thing and nothing else should age relative to that. First time coming through here, it already was 1. Okay, we're gonna cheat. You ready? Cheating time. Age equals index. We're just going to start with arbitrary ages. We'll see how that behaves. So we have really on that front screen 2 font sizes, and that's it. So it's just bouncing back and forth between them. Perfect. Okay. So we're going back in, we go to settings. This one has more things that are happening. 0, yep. Okay, so when we go to this one, this one, this one, I think when we seed all of the fonts with an age, they can't just all default to 0. The unique ages. Okay. This one and that one. Oh, not that one. Actually, that's not true. Actually, I do want to keep that. Do I? That tells me what index and what age. Quick set of testing. Make it bigger. Make it bigger, and it says index 0 has a what? Where's that star? Oh. So this one should actually have the star. This is like reverse logic to what I thought I was doing. Don't know why. But the point is, it sees in index 0 the age of 7. Then it never has to take another one. So it says, hey, in slot with the age of 7, we had to delete font size 24 for 20. Okay. I actually think that works perfectly. Okay. Now, that fix. window resizing in the settings window is done. Settings. So we can work our way right up and down this. And wait, by done, what do I mean? There's one more thing I want to do. The rest can wait till tomorrow. This thing I want to happen after this do layout. Oh. Kind of. Where does this go? It's in the layout. It's just going to snap it into position here. Okay, we need to add one more flag. Do we? I think we just give up there. We just we don't even have to do that, but do layout did it for me, I think. Oh, but we can use the old event for that. Okay. We can. The event tells me the old size and the new size. So we 100% can do exactly what we want. One thing. Do layout, bool animate. Oh, interesting. This one is false. The game context use animations equals yeah, just use animations. We will do this the other way around. Okay. If use animations and animate do layout with this. Okay. We need to pass in the information where we were and where we are. Actually, we don't need a boolean here. We need an int. Old resolution, new resolution. That will give me all the information I need. Keep changing my mind. Do layout 0, 0. This animation. If new resolution equals 0, new resolution equals 1, resolution equals 2, new resolution equals 3, new resolution equals 4. Otherwise, Y, who sets the Y? Oh, this Y. No. Y comes from the animation here. Wait a second. Set tag sequence, set play animation 0. Plot it out from wherever we are, XY to X. And where's this Y come from? Oh, so we're doing it in a different function. In here, we were passing Y in. Which is no longer what it needs to do. No longer pass in our Y. We will have to compute it. Ourselves. W is not equal to renderer frame width. Okay. Do layout. This is the only thing that matters. These are the only part that we need to compute given the old and new resolutions. So if the old and new resolution are equivalent, we just go there. Do layout. Compute closest resolution, old and new resolution. switch. We are adding this already, and it's only really the Y position that has to change. So we don't care about the old resolution. We don't care about the new resolution. So switch new resolution. Case 0. Int new Y. Y equals break. Okay. This is 1024, 1280, 1440, 1600. Right, I just need to compute old and new resolutions. So event dot window resize event. Old width and width. New. I can't go too long. If I do, my video turns out to be more than 15 gigabytes, and then I have to split it when I upload it to Rumble. So I gotta wrap this up real quick here. Closest. Res equals. What is it? If equals what? A big number. Okay, if the old width minus and 24. Smallest delta. Delta equals this thing. If delta is less than 0, delta equals minus delta. 1024, 1280, 1440, 1600, 19, whatever. Where's it? 1920. Because the size we're getting is going to be the size of the actual window with all of its decorations. So, as unfortunate as that is, that's what we've got to deal with. Oops. If delta is less than the smallest delta, the smallest delta equals delta, and the closest bold index is 0, is 1, is 2, is 3, is 4. Bold resolution. Smallest delta equal with smallest bold delta. Now we're done. Oh, I think. Okay. Copy all of this. Change bold for new. We're going to have to reset the smallest delta. Bold. Then we do the layout, moving from there to there, and that should just about do it. It looks bad, but it might do what we want. New width. Oh, it has just width. Okay. As in current width, not new. Okay. Easy enough. Oh, small delta. I thought I deleted that already. All right, let's see what it looks like. When we start it up. Whoa, that's way off to the side. That did not animate at all. This is working quite well. Do a little bit of logging to figure out what we're doing wrong still. Old resolution, new resolution. So the first one up should be 0 and 0 because that's how we initialize it. So we get 0 to 0. We're going to click this button. It's 1 to 1. No. Well, shoot. I guess here's a question. What sizes are we actually getting? Old width, new width. If those are the same, I'm going to be mildly perturbed and wonder what I'm doing with my window resize events here. So there's the 0. We click. Oh, old and new are the same. Okay, the old width and the old height we capture before we update. We get our new width and new height here. We set the frame buffer size, etc. Then we say what the handle resize. I don't even need this. Just set it. Previous width, previous height, next width, next height. Old, old, new, new. Okay. Old, previous, previous, next, next. Old width, old height, new width, new height. Old width, old height, new width, new height. Bold width, height, width. Wow. Okay, so I'm getting a resize event, which by the time I get here, these should not be the same. How can those be the same if we've resized? Am I overthinking this? Should I just put it back the way it was? With no animation? Huh. Yeah, that's unbelievable. The old and the new reported by the callback are identical. Gosh. Ah. Okay. We're so close. So close. This doesn't actually help much. So we will get rid of this. Full resolution checking. Instead, setting scene, we'll remember int and underscore last resolution index. Which is absurd. And underscore last equals new resolution. We'll try that. Okay, fair enough. I probably shouldn't have put that there. It also means I don't have to pass this one. That's fine. These just work. No. All right, now we're to test. Okay, the animation works. It's just not in the right place at all. So that is perfect. Where's the chosen one laid out at? M label chosen resolution. Oh. Yeah. Label chosen resolution. Set rectangle. Rectangle. Oops, not that one. Label chosen resolution. Old Y. When we resize, we have to know where this thing was relatively. Oh, nope, don't do that. So we get the old resolution, old Y. And then we can set the rectangle equal to m underscore label resolution dot x old Y small button width, small button height. And then new Y. I think we're close. Almost ready. That's a lot of work for one tiny animation to lay out, but I think now I can't even see it. It's moving. It's behind those. Okay. Except that this all has to happen after these buttons are set. Bookkeeping. You always got to keep track of your bookkeeping, and I've got to wrap this up, or I'm going to have a bigger than 15 gigabit stream to upload. Come on, settings. Where is it? Where is it? We got all the buttons. We say the old resolution told me where we were, so we set the rectangle. It should line up with that edge. The old Y should put me at the same place as this button here. Oh, small button height by small button height. I don't think that makes all the difference, but it should help. Hey, there it is. Boop. Oh, and it slides. Isn't that beautiful? Gosh, that's nice. Okay, I'm calling it done. Oh, journal, okay. Added window resizing from settings theme. Fixed issue with not implementing FontData, paging out old not paging out old font data to make room for new. Paging algorithm. So I don't know if there's much else to say. That was pretty good. Not bad. A little long running. Oh, do layout. We should clean that up. Oh, we gotta delete our bitmaps. We were generating bitmaps. Oh, clean those up. Active projects, word Sleuth. All the bitmaps go away. Window resize by render area implemented. Settings scene allows window resize. Font now pages out. Font data needed. Resize to be done in main menu and game scenes. We're gonna have to relay out all this that stuff, but that is starting to look really good. Status, etc., etc. That was a good day's work. Knocked down a couple of bugs, added a whole new set of tech to the tool belt. We are looking good. Awesome. Okay, that wraps it up for the stream. Thanks for joining. Appreciate everyone who came in and all the conversation, questions, etc. Tomorrow we will go lay out the main menu for resizable stuff, and we will go lay out the game scene for resizable stuff. Once we have that, we'll be ready to do new art, which will be, I will spend more time on. The old art, I didn't spend any time on it because I realized that my render size wasn't what I wanted. But now that we have the fixed render sizes, we can test our art better. So, good dinner. Yes, have a good dinner, have a good night, sleep well, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Signing off.